Introduction by members. Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
No.
Honourable Speaker, by leave, I move that notwithstanding any provisions of the standing orders or usual practice of the House, that Robert Dennis Sr. of the Hawaiian First Nations be permitted to address the House from the floor of the House later today, and Dylan Johnson of the Flamen First Nations be permitted to address the House virtually later today.
Is leave granted? Aye. Leave is granted. Members, you have heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call motion 44 on the order paper, standing in the name of the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move motion 44, standing in my name in the order paper, be it resolved that pursuant to 1.14.3 of Chapter 1 of the Manilth First Nations Final Agreement, the Legislative Assembly of British Columbia consents to the amendments to the Manilth First Nations Final Agreement set out in the attached Manilth First Nations Final Agreement Amending Process Agreement number 2023-1. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to move the first amending process agreement to the Manilth First Nations Final Agreement. But before I start, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate each of the 5 Manilth First Nations on their ongoing efforts to support strong, healthy, and thriving communities through sustainable economies that benefit their citizens with jobs and opportunities. I'd like to recognize the leaders of the Manilth First Nations, if I may, at this time. Chief Councillor Robert Dennis Sr. of the Ojayat First Nations, who has joined us today. President Charles McCarthy of the Ucluelet Government. Legislative Chief Benjamin Gillette of the Cayuga-Chucklesut First Nations. Tai Hawulf Ann Mack of the Toquat Nation. Chief Councillor Charlie Coots of the Uchucklesut, who is also president of the Manilth Treaty Society, and Mark Stevens, who is the Chief Administrative Officer of the Manilth Treaty Society. Also, I'd like to recognize all hereditary and elected chiefs, legislators, executive members, and Manilth First Nations citizens who may be observing our proceedings today. Mr. Speaker, no longer are modern treaties regarded as final. They are regarded as agreements that embody the living relationship between the governments of Canada, British Columbia, and a First Nation. The amendment today follows the same process as we have in the past. For example, as we did when amendments to the Nisga'a Final Agreement were passed by resolution in 2011, 2012, 2015, and 2019. As when an amending agreement to the Tsawwassen First Nation Final Agreement was passed by resolution in 2017. And most recently, we've consented to a resolution amending the Tsawwassen First Nation Final Agreement in relation to tax policy changes. The purpose of the amendment to the Manilth First Nations Final Agreement is to implement a tax policy change that the governments of Canada and British Columbia have made in our respective treaty mandates, one that has been identified as a substantial barrier, Mr. Speaker, to First Nations concluding modern treaties. We have heard that the requirement for First Nations individuals to give up their tax exemption that they have enjoyed under Section 87 of the Indian Act is a significant disincentive to concluding modern treaties. It's a divisive issue within communities and among individuals who have signed modern treaty arrangements. And it's a material barrier for First Nation citizens entering modern treaties. The exemption will apply only to the portion of Manilth First Nations treaty lands that were former reserves or on other reserves in Canada. This is effectively the pre-treaty status quo. The new policy allows eligible treaty citizens to keep or to regain their Indian Act tax exemption status in their treaties indefinitely, or until a treaty nation determines it's appropriate to end it, or until it's eliminated for all First Nation individuals. This policy change applies to both existing and future treaties, and it reinstates the tax exemption for all federal and all provincial taxes on a prospective basis as of the day that the amendment comes into force. Now, for the Manoth First Nations, this means that Manoth will regain the Section 87 tax exemption for taxes that they became subject to in 2019, following the expiry of the treaty tax exemption for transaction taxes, such as sales taxes. Each of the 5 Manoth First Nations have already consented to the treaty amendment. For the amendment to be ratified by the province, the Legislative Assembly must consent to the amending process agreement. Once British Columbia has consented, Canada will seek consent and the amendment will then take effect. On the date that the last of the parties provides the consent, Manoth First Nation citizens will regain their tax exemption under Section 87 of the Indian Act. Now, Mr. Speaker, the work today is the result of a significant commitment by the provincial and federal governments to honor and nurture our treaty relations, as well as to reach additional treaties in our province. The Manoth Treaty is British Columbia's first modern treaty on Vancouver Island, and the first multi-nation treaty completed under the British Columbia Treaty Commission process. The 5 Manoth First Nations demonstrate the power of modern treaties to build government-to-government relationships as we work toward common goals. It is my great honor to rise in the House today with the support of the 5 Manoth First Nations and bring this motion to give British Columbia's consent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vancouver Langara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to join in support of this motion 44 as is tabled on the floor of the Legislative Assembly, and certainly welcome the leadership of the Manoth 5 Nations and the citizens that are perhaps dialing in and participating through the Hansard in viewing this. The Minister responsible has spoken to the nature of the proposed amendment, and Mr. Speaker, indeed, we had an opportunity to review the set of amendments that are being proposed here under this motion back in the end of March with the Tsawwassen Nation. And we had in that process an opportunity to have some discussion, the House Leader and myself, with the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. Some of the points Minister had just referred to. I will say that we recognize the importance of ensuring that modern treaties, including the modern treaty with the Manoth 5 Nations, continues to provide the best possible framework of relationship with your nations. And that when the federal government and this provincial government made the decisions to change the approach in order to facilitate, as I'm sure the Manoth Nations would recognize, the other modern treaties that have been underway from discussion to formation over many years. Just like under the former government, under Premier Gordon Campbell, brought in 2011 this modern treaty with the Manoth 5 Nations, there was a lot of work involved over a long period of time. And we know the importance of ensuring that we forge a different relationship with nations in our province, and that this extension of the Section 87 tax exemption under the Indian Act has been seen to be a bit of a hindrance to many citizens of nations as they look at approving and voting for a modern treaty, the Manaus nations got through that process, recognizing that there was going to be an 8 to 12-year transition period. In restoring this exemption under the Indian Act, there's recognition that we need to ensure that the relationship with the Manaus nations remains strong. And with the understanding, as we reviewed in response to my questions with the minister responsible, that it is the view of the government that there is a living modern treaty approach. That even though final agreements for modern treaties do refer to periodic review terms, that any party to a modern treaty can request an amendment at any time. Certainly, the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation did note at the time of the review for Tsawwassen at the end of March that Manaus had already communicated some intention to bring forward a request for a similar set of amendments. And so here we are today. Also, the Minister described, in response to my colleague and myself, the member from Abbotsford West, and myself, that the amount of tax that is exempt under this arrangement is negligible and immaterial. But we know, of course, to the citizens of the Manaus nations, that it's meaningful. That it's meaningful to have this exemption restored to them. That it's meaningful to other members of other nations that are in the process of finalizing their modern treaty arrangements with this government and our province and the federal government, that that exemption not be removed. So it is with that in mind, Mr. Speaker, that we recognize the importance of this motion coming forward. We recognize the work, the leadership, and the progress that has been made for the 5 Manaus nations in areas like, for example, care for their children, in forestry management and land use planning, and work with local communities. And we hope that with this motion being approved in this House, in this chamber today, that it will be an indication of the further good work to be done together with the Manaus nations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saanich North End Islands.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're doing some good work in the House here today. It's a good day to be here, and I'm happy to be standing and speaking on behalf of the third party in the Assembly today on Motion 44. And I'd just like to acknowledge Chief Dennis and relatives from Huayet there and the Manaus Treaty Nations here in the Legislature today. And we'll just welcome you into the Assembly. I just want to, I think, reiterate, as has been pointed out by the Speaker for the official opposition, that this is a process that the Legislative Assembly undertook a month ago with another treaty nation, and is a process that I am very happy to support. In passing and in the debate, and then in passing the Declaration Act, one of I think the most important aspects of that for Indigenous people in this province is around the commitment that this province and the country have made now in passing the Declaration Act to the right to self-determination. And the patriarchal colonial relationship that this provincial government has had with First Nations has been historically inappropriate, and it continues to be inappropriate. And the relationships between this government and Indigenous governments in the province necessarily needs to change. And this is an indication that that change is underway. And the work that we're doing here, the responsiveness, is something that, as someone who grew up on an Indian reserve in this country, I'm very encouraged by, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to this motion. And I also appreciate the opportunity to acknowledge and hear today this Assembly working in unison. We have differences of opinion in here. I think we all share, varieties of differing opinions on things. But I think it's important that when we do this work and we have guests in our house, in this chamber, that those guests can recognize that the House can set those differences aside to do good work together in a good way. And I think that what that will do is we'll continue to increase the confidence that Indigenous leaders in our province have of this Legislative Assembly, that when we commit to moving forward together on an issue, that they can be certain that we are moving forward together on an issue, just as we do in our longhouses and we do in our sacred places. So I just want to acknowledge that, thank the Speaker for this opportunity, and thank the government for bringing forward this motion.
Now I invite Chief Counsel Robert Dennis Sr., M. Sayak of the Hawaiian First Nations, speaking on behalf of the Manaut Nations. To address
Thank you,
the
Mr. Speaker. First of all, those of you that know me probably find it odd that I'd be scripted today. But I think it's a day that we should be scripted because we have come together here. And I want to thank you, Honourable Speaker and Minister Rankin, for this opportunity to address the BC Legislature Assembly on this very important amendment to the Monmouth First Nation final agreement. Treaties, by definition, are agreements between nations on how we move forward together, recognizing each of our respective roles, responsibilities, and benefits as equal treaty partners. Our treaty represents sacred promises made by Canada and BC to the Hawaiian First Nation, Cayuga-Cheklasset First Nations, Tukwat Nation, Ho-Chuklassit Tribe, and the Ukiuthlet government. Our treaty is not frozen in time. Our treaty must adapt as we change and grow, and there will be times in the future, such as today, where we need to come together to amend this most sacred agreement between us. This is an important day for the Monmouth First Nations. There can be no question that colonizers have had a troubled history when it comes to keeping their treaty promises. One of the first promises the colonizers made to Indigenous people was that we never would have to pay the colonizers taxes. That promise was broken by Canada and BC, take it or leave it treaty negotiation taxation mandate. Canada and BC's tax policy change over the past years provide Indigenous modern treaty partners the ability to amend our treaties to determine for ourselves when and how our members will be taxed. This is a significant reversal of that broken promise, a significant step forward in our treaty partnership. Indigenous peoples have been largely excluded from the Canadian economy and the wealth it creates. Our people remain far behind everyone else in this country on every socio-economic indicator. This change in tax policy empowers our Monmouth First Nations governments to decide how and when our members will be taxed, giving us better tools to improve the lives of our people. We are beginning to heal, and this tax amendment helps us in our healing process. While there is still a lot of work to be done, the support that this government has given to the new tax policy has been essential in getting us to this point today. I encourage each member of the BC Legislature to unanimously support this very important resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to speak on this important issue. Thank you, Minister Rankin, you and your government for the collaborative success on the taxation issue that has brought us together here today. Teko.
Thank you very much for addressing the House today. Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, member, the question is adoption of motion 44 on the order paper. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call motion 45 on the order paper, standing the name of the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move motion 45, and be it resolved that pursuant to paragraph 38, chapter 2 of the general provisions of the NISCA final agreement, that the Legislative Assembly of British Columbia consent to the amendments to the NISCA final agreement set out in the attached NISCA final agreement amending agreement number 5. I rise today to move the 5th amending agreement to the NISCA final agreement. Before I start, I'd like to just take this opportunity to congratulate the NISCA on their ongoing efforts to support a strong, healthy, and thriving communities through sustainable economies that benefit their citizens with jobs and opportunities. I'm very sorry that the leader of the Nisga'a Nation, President Eva Clayton, was not able to be with us today, but I salute her leadership and that of those strong Nisga'a leaders in our past. I want to salute all elders, chief councillors, legislators, executive members, and Nisga'a citizens who may be observing our proceedings from home today. This amendment follows the amendments to the Tsawwassen and now the Maynooth final agreements in relation to tax policy changes that we brought forward and consented to in this legislative session. The purpose of the amendment to the NISCA final agreement is to implement this tax policy change that we've talked of earlier, a policy change that the governments of both Canada and British Columbia have made in our respective treaty mandates. One that has been identified, as I noted earlier, as a substantial barrier to First Nations seeking to conclude modern treaties. Again, the new policy allows eligible treaty citizens to continue to keep or regain their Indian Act tax exemption status in their treaties indefinitely until that treaty nation may determine it's appropriate to end it or until it's eliminated for all First Nations in Canada. The work today is the result of a significant commitment by the provincial and federal governments to honor and nurture our treaty relations. Now, the reinstated exemption will apply on the portion of Nisga'a lands that were former reserves and on all other reserves in Canada. It also applies on Category A lands, which are former Indian reserves, transferred under the Nisga'a final agreement and held by the Nisga'a in fee simple. This is effectively, Mr. Speaker, the pre-treaty status quo. The Nisga'a Nation has already consented to the treaty amendment, but for the amendment to be ratified by the province of British Columbia, this Legislative Assembly must consent to the amending agreement. If British Columbia has consented, Canada will seek consent and the amending agreement will take effect. And in accordance with the amending agreement, Nisga'a citizens will regain their tax exemption under Section 87 of the Indian Act, effective January 1, 2024. That date of reinstatement was at the request of the Nisga'a Nation. I'd like to recognize, Mr. Speaker, that the 23rd anniversary of the Nisga'a final agreement is upon us. It came into effect on May the 11th, 2000. And to celebrate, we're hanging the Nisga'a flag in the Legislature's Hall of Honor as a symbol of our government-to-government relationship and how to continue work together on our shared vision for the future. Now, as British Columbia's first modern treaty, it's a landmark in the relationship between BC Canada and the Nisga'a Nation. This treaty marked the end of their 113-year journey and the first step in a new direction. It's an outstanding example of modern treaty relationships. The Nisga'a final agreement is in fact studied, Mr. Speaker, internationally as a model of respect, trust, and government-to-government cooperation. The Nisga'a Nation demonstrates the power of modern treaties to build government-to-government relationships as we work toward common goals. And it's my great honor, Mr. Speaker, to rise in the House today with the support of the Nisga'a Nation and move this motion to give British Columbia's consent.
Member for Vancouver-Langara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise on behalf of the official opposition to speak also in support of this motion as we bring forward a very important amendment to the NISCA final agreement This is the amending agreement number 5, as the minister responsible for Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation just outlined. And we know further to the history that the minister spoke to of the importance. Today in this chamber we mark the occasion of the first recognition formally for the Haida Nation. And of course, through the history of the Haida and here in the history of the Nisga'a peoples, there were landmark court decisions. In Nisga's case, the Calder case in 1973 by the Supreme Court of Canada defined in a meaningful way Aboriginal rights and titles to land. That action was originally launched in 1968. Many, many years later, through the treaty process, as the minister referred to, in 2000, a treaty was established with the Nisga'a Nation. And now, 23 years later, we are looking at an important piece of that treaty. I am struck by the words of Chief Robert Dennis of the Hawaiian Nation just now in the previous motion. And certainly when he said that the meaning of this amendment for the Manaus Five Nations, as I'm sure is the case for Tsawwassen, as we dealt with in this chamber back at the end of March, and the Nisga'a, is that it means the nation determines how and when their citizens will be taxed. So we know, in the backdrop of the work of the previous government, prior to the formation of this government in 2017, that there was significant work done around the fiscal relationship between nations and the province. We know that work is ongoing, and that we see federally and provincially work around the fiscal framework as well as the tax relationship with nations. This is one indicator of that work, and as we continue to want to support, in particular, among all the other important reasons for reconciliation, specifically socioeconomic growth for nations, to work in partnership with nations to support that. So it's in that context that we see this amendment come forward for the Nisga'a and recognize the importance of moving forward with this motion. Again, to say that as we reviewed with the Tsawwassen final agreement amendment at the end of March, the minister did reconfirm, as the minister has said in this chamber today, that the province views those modern treaties as a living document. This is actually what Chief Robert Dennis of the Wyatt just spoke to. And secondly, that the amount of tax we're talking about that's exempt going forward is negligible and immaterial, in the words of the minister. So again, we recognize the importance to the Nisga'a citizens of continuing to have the Section 87 Indian Act exemption, an exemption that's been there, as Chief Dennis spoke to, as a broken promise, but also as a construct under the Indian Act for the last 150 years. It's a construct in the Indian Act that we want to break through. We know that there's work, promises by the current federal government about doing that work, but this province has a role in this too. To look at the fiscal relationship and the tax structure with nations in a more meaningful way, in a way that actually ensures that nations can progress in their own economic development. And I hope that with the passing of this motion today, motion number 45, that this will just be another step in that process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saanich North and Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to stand and speak to the motion 45, amending the Nisga'a final agreement. As we are going through a process here now that's happened a couple of times, I'm not going to venture into territory that's already been covered, but I do respect the fact that we are dealing with each of these motions individually. This is not sort of a bulk effort. This is paying respect to each and every agreement that this government makes, and going through the process individually, I think, is important and pays respect to that. I think that it's important, one area that maybe I will venture back in, it is important to acknowledge to the NISCA when they're watching the proceedings of this, to recognize the unanimity of support in this House. I think it's also important to acknowledge the words of Chief Dennis, as he just spoken here, talking about that original commitment that was made by the representatives of the Crown in those earliest days in the history of this country, and really the issue that we're dealing with here around taxation goes all the way back to those very first days. And I recognize that a couple of times now in the record has been that, as a result of this being, or at least the framing around it being, the amount of the tax being collected is negligible and immaterial. I think that actually what is immaterial from my perspective is the amount of money that's being collected. It is going back to that original commitment that was made around nations and the relationship that nations have with each other. And I think that as we've been recognizing in this Legislative Assembly, the relationship that this government has had with Indigenous nations has been in long need of some repair, and that's what we're doing here today. And I wouldn't say that what we're doing here today is immaterial, but what should be immaterial is the amount of money that's being collected and indeed invested right back into communities in the beautiful province that we represent. With that, Haiswasiam.
Seeing no further speakers, members, the question is the adoption of motion 45 on the order paper. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. I call motion 46 on the order paper, standing my name, stating the name of the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to move the third reading of the third amending agreement, of the Tliamin final agreement. Before I start, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Tliamin Nation on their ongoing efforts to build a strong community in their part of the province. I'd like to first of all recognize Haggis John Hackett of the Tliamin Nation and Councillor Dylan Johnson, who will address the Legislature on behalf of the Tliamin Executive Council in just a moment. I'd also like to recognize all the members of the Tliamin Executive Council, their legislators, and citizens who may be observing our proceedings from home today. This amendment follows the amendments to the Tuasin, the Maynooth, and now the Nisga'a final agreements in relation to tax policy changes. And that we've done this through a process we've seen in the past and very recent memory as well. The purpose of the amendments to the Tliamin final agreement is, again, to implement a tax policy change that both governments of Canada and British Columbia have made in our respective treaty mandates. This is a tax policy change that we hope will make it more tenable for First Nations across the province to consider modern treaties. The exemption will apply only on the portion of the Tliamin lands that were former Indian reserves and on all other reserves in Canada. Again, I say this is effectively the pre-treaty status quo. The new policy allows treaty citizens who are eligible to continue to keep or regain their Indian Act tax exemption status in their treaties indefinitely, or until the treaty nation determines it's appropriate to end it, or it's eliminated for all First Nation individuals. For the Tliamin Nation, whose citizens are still subject to the treaty's transitional tax exemption, it has the effect of allowing eligible Tliamin citizens to maintain their Section 87 exemption indefinitely. Now, Tliamin Nation has already consented to the treaty amendment, and for the amendment to be ratified by the province of British Columbia, this Legislative Assembly must consent to the amending agreement. Once BC has done so, Canada will seek a consent, and the amendment will then take effect. On the date that the last of the three parties provides that consent, eligible Tliamin citizens will be able to maintain their tax exemption under Section 87 into the future indefinitely. The work today is the result of a significant commitment by federal and provincial governments to honor and nurture our treaty relations, as well as to reach, we hope, new treaties. In 2016, Tliamin Nation, through the Tliamin Final Agreement, became the 8th BC First Nation to become a self-governing treaty nation, the 7th nation through the BC treaty process, because Niska preceded the BCTC process. Tliamin Nation demonstrates the power of modern treaties to build government-to-government relationships as we work toward common goals. So, Mr. Speaker, it's my honor to rise in the House today with the support of the Tliamin Nation and move this motion to give British Columbia's consent.
Member for Vancouver-Langara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the official opposition to speak in support of this motion 46 as an amendment to the Tliamin Final Agreement. Number 3, it's the third amendment to that final agreement. We know, as we've been speaking, Mr. Speaker, in this chamber through successive sets of amendments to other modern treaty agreements for the Tsawwassen, the Manaus, Five Nations, and Nisga'a, and now to Tliamin nations as well, as presented, the importance of addressing what has been something that's meaningful to the citizens of the Tliamin Nation. And that as we make and review these amendments in this chamber, that it's important that we understand the context under which these amendments are being proposed, that it is with a view to encourage and facilitate, both through the federal government and the current provincial government, the furtherance of other modern treaty arrangements that are in the final stages of agreement making in the province of BC. That we hope that through this amendment here today to the arrangement with the Tliamin First Nation, along with the other nations that we have passed motions in this chamber to make, to extend the Section 87 tax exemption under the Indian Act, that will help provide a greater, stronger path for other nations to complete their modern treaties with the Government of Canada and the Government of British Columbia, and that will also lead to greater certainty as we continue to forge stronger relationships on a treaty basis, that we recognize the amount of work, effort, and leadership of the Executive Council, the legislatures, and the other leaders of the Tliamin Nation, those who are to speak and share their thoughts with our chamber to follow the House Leader of the third party. I think, Mr. Speaker, in the context of reviewing these amendments, the reason to reflect upon the discussion we had at the end of March with the amendment to the Tsawwassen Nation Final Agreement, because there is important points to recognize. As members of this chamber, we have a role to ensure that our constituents, the public of British Columbia, keep in context what we are dealing with here. And just like the president of the Haida, the Council of the Haida Nation, spoke to us in this chamber on behalf of the Haida Nation, the pathways forward are ones of hope, not fear. And it's in that mind that when we're talking about modern treaties in the view of this government as being a living document, this is in that spirit why this amendment is being proposed, is to recognize that with all modern treaty nations in this province, they've all asked for the same amendment, they've all asked for the same treatment, and to ensure that they have the ability to determine their own tax relationship with the Government of Canada and British Columbia. The words that the minister has used regarding the amount of tax that's being exempt under these arrangements as being negligible and immaterial are his words. They're important words to underline for those who are concerned for the nature and the scope and the scale of this exemption. It is what, on this basis, that this motion is being put forward for approval. So, Mr. Speaker, as I've said on the other occasions with the other nations, I'm hopeful that as we take this step with the Tla'amin First Nation, that this will be a meaningful next step in terms of their bonded treaty relationship with the province of British Columbia and Canada, the Government of Canada, and that will help further the steps forward as we continue to do the important work around the fiscal relationship with their nation, including their tax relationship as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saanich North End Islands.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I am pleased to be able to stand and speak in favor of motion 46 on behalf of the third party and amending the Tla'amin final agreement. There's been, I think, many wonderful soccer games between the Tla'amin, as I knew them growing up, the Slayamin, but the Tla'amin people and the Saanich people. And I think each of us would have our own stories about how those games went historically. We'll leave them off the record for now. I want to just, I think, acknowledge the context that these conversations are happening under the BC treaty process. And I have had many conversations with the minister about the BC treaty process and some of the conditions that were put in place by the federal and the provincial government in order to be able to negotiate those, put Indigenous nations into very difficult situations, as was outlined by Chief Dennis earlier on in this. And I think if we take a look at the last 30 plus years, and the treaties that we're talking about today are only a few of the many treaties that are still under negotiation. And certainly the nations that we are working with in this motion and in previous motions were the nations that made it across that final agreement finishing line, which has been so problematic, along with many of the conditions that were put on signing those agreements and that were held very strictly by the federal and the provincial government. And so now we're starting to see the language in these agreements shift from being final agreements to an ongoing relationship with, which nation to nation is the most important thing, that we have the ability to continue these conversations in these discussions, and that the nations that we are agreeing to self-determination have the ability to indeed self-determine in the way that they see fit. So, I think that this is again, it's a good day to be in the legislature, and I look forward to supporting motion 46. Let's go see him.
Thank you. I now invite Legislative Councillor Dylan Johnson of the Tla'amin Nation to address the House virtually.
Aja Chepo, am I coming through okay?
Yep, you're fine.
Okay. Imut Kwaigan Kwananape. Tukwanan Kwatnan Tawach Tla'amin Checheha Tanapech. I want to thank all of the honorable members for inviting me to speak. I want to thank Minister Rankin for his championing this work and his staff. I want to thank all of the members of the Legislative Assembly. As I've seen, this issue has been receiving all party support, and that is very encouraging for us. And this issue on Section 87 was probably, actually, definitely the most divisive issue throughout the whole treaty negotiations and ratification process. And so this is a very historic and exciting moment for our people and our nation that we can move forward with with removing this very divisive issue and matter that was within our treaty. And we have now the opportunity to unite the community. As it did, this policy had an effect of fragmenting our community. Some people were not able to continue to be a part of the Tla'amin Nation, faced with a really difficult economic choice. So this removes that and will unify our community. So hands raised to all of the members of the Legislative Assembly and all of the people that made it happen within the government. This is something we fought for decades. It'll make a lasting positive impact. And this is a positive step forward in supporting our tax policy and our self-determination. And of course, there's more important work to be done. This is the tip of the iceberg, but it is a really meaningful step forward. So I want to acknowledge and thank the government for this. And it does. The last thing I'll say is this is a very meaningful demonstration that modern treaties are living agreements. I know that's been shared already by honorable members, and I want to also echo those remarks. So, in closing, I want to say thanks again for this important piece of work. It's the last one of the bunch, but not the least. And I very much want to end by saying, Cheche Hautana Pech, we thank you for your work. Imut. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for addressing the House today. Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, members, the question is the adoption of motion 46 on the order paper. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call second reading on bill number PR 401, Vancouver Foundation Amendment Act.
Member for Langley East.
Honourable Speaker, I move that bill number PR 401, entitled Vancouver Foundation Amendment Act 2023, be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the amendment of the Vancouver Foundation is seeking through this private bill relates to their ability to distribute funds to charities and nonprofit organizations. Currently, the language in the Act considers a reserve amount calculated on financial data from 2008, and this amendment will allow the Foundation to base that calculation in any given year on financial data from the immediately preceding fiscal year. This change will better sustain the Foundation's ability to support communities during periods of economic downturn.
Seeing no further speakers, members, the question is second reading of the bill. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carried. Now, member for Langley East. Yeah.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. By leave, I move that the bill be committed to a committee of the whole for consideration forthwith.
Shall leave be granted? Aye. Please proceed. Okay, no, that's fine. The question is that the bill be committed to a committee of the whole to be considered forthwith. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Committee Chair.
We'll call the committee to order. The Vancouver Foundation Amendment Act 2023. Shall Clause 1 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 2 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall the preamble pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall the title pass? So ordered. Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I move that the committee rise and report the bill complete without amendment.
You've heard the question. All those in favour? Opposed? The motion is carried, and this committee is adjourned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee rises and reports the bill complete without amendment.
When shall the bill be read third time, Government House Leader?
Now.
The question is the third reading of bill number PR 401. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Bill PR 401, do I have to say that, Arthur? Okay. Bill PR 401, Vancouver Foundation Amendment Act has been read third time and has passed. Government House Leader.
Speaker, I call the second reading on bill number PR 402.
Committee Chair. Oh, sorry. Langley East.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that bill number PR 402, entitled St. Mark's College Amendment Act 2023, be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, St. Mark's College seeks to amend its act in preparation for a merger with its affiliate Corpus Christi College. The amendments would authorize the college to grant associate degrees under the Degree Authorization Act, modernize the corporate powers and governance of the college, and make other incidental changes to the act. Following submissions presented to the Select Standing Committee on Parliamentary Reform, Ethical Conduct, Standing Orders and Private Bills, the bill was amended by the committee to strengthen the language for greater clarity.
Members, the question is second reading of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Member for Langley East.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. By leave, I move that the bill be committed to a committee of the whole House for consideration forthwith.
Shall leave be granted? Aye. The question is that the bill be committed to a committee of the whole to a considered forthwith. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Committee Chair.
We'll call the committee to order. We're dealing with Bill PR 402-2023. Shall Clause 1 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 2 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 3 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 4 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 5 through 15 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall the title pass? Oh, so ordered. And shall the preamble pass? Aye. So ordered. Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I move that the committee rise and report the bill complete without amendment.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion is carried. This committee is adjourned.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Committee on Bill PR 402 reports the bill complete without amendment.
When shall the bill be read a third time, Government House Leader? Or Langley East?
Now, Mr. Speaker.
The question is third reading of bill number 402, St. Mark's College Amendment Act 2023. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Bill PR 402 St. Mark's College Amendment Act 2023 has been read third time and has passed. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move a motion that notwithstanding orders number 2 and 3, the House said beyond the hour fixed for adjournment until any question necessary to complete the consideration of Bill number 5, intituled Public Service Labour Relations Amendment Act 2023 at committee stage and is put and decided.
Member, you heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call Committee of the Whole on Bill number 5, Public Service Labour Relations Amendment Act.
Committee Chair.
Recognizing the member from Courtenay-Comox.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier this morning, may I seek leave to make an introduction?
Is leave granted?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. This morning, there was a second class from my community, from Quinish School in the Montessori program. It was a real honor and privilege to have them in the House to witness the events unfolding before them, especially after I learned that what they're talking about in school is about rights and freedoms. So I'd like the House to join me in acknowledging their witnessing of that special moment. The teacher is known as Miss Catherine. Her name is Miss Catherine Monroe, and the other teacher is Miss Thigeson, and there were 24 grade 4 to 6 Montessori students in the House. So please would the House join me in acknowledging their great honor in witnessing that moment.
We'll call the committee to order. We're dealing with Bill 5, 2023, Public Service Labour Relations Amendment Act 2023. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to start, I want to introduce the staff that's with me. I have John Davison, the President and CEO of the Public Sector Employees Council, and Alison Blackstock, the ADM, Employee Relations Division, and Karina Sue, the Executive Director of Labour Relations.
Thank you. Shall Clause 1 pass? Recognizing the member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And to start off, I'd like to thank the Government House Leader for bringing forward that motion on Bill 5 just before we started. So just for the viewers at home, what that essentially means is that we normally would end around 6:30 tonight, but the motion by the Government House Leader has made it so that we'll just continue to ask questions on Bill 5 until the opposition feels satisfied, which means we could be here till 3 in the morning, or could be here till midnight, or whatever time in between now and then. So I do appreciate that added time to try to fully canvass Bill 5. Although it's only a one-section bill, essentially, there's some fairly serious questions that we have as opposition to try to delve into. Now, I can understand, and there's been some speculation in the media as to why it was the finance minister instead of, say, the labor minister or the attorney general that would have brought forward a bill like this, but I fully understand and recognize that the Public Service Labor Relations Act is actually under the Minister of Finance, so that does make sense. However, I am wondering if the minister can shed some light for us as to who exactly drafted this bill for the government. Was it the lawyers that will actually be impacted by this? Is it management of excluded drafters? Was it external counsel? Who drafted the legislation?
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the management of the Office of the Legislative Council drafted it, and so none of the members who are impacted by the bill would have been involved in drafting it.
Member.
Thank you. In terms of process, my understanding is that this bill came forward as an action at the Labour Board by the lawyers that would be impacted by this bill was starting to proceed. Was this bill drafted before or after the lawyers started taking action with seeking a ruling at the Labour Board?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the bill was drafted after the LRB process was started.
Member.
So, was there any discussions then within government with the Labour Minister in terms of concerns around potentially being viewed as trying to circumvent what is supposed to be an independent Labour Board ruling by bringing in a piece of legislation to essentially override whatever outcome may result at a Labour Board ruling?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the matter was discussed at cabinet committees. Also, the matter can still proceed at the LRB. This bill does nothing to stop it. We are not holding the matter up at the LRB. The GLA requested that the LRB be held in abeyance, not the government. But the government did agree with this request, and we were asked as recent as yesterday.
Member.
Thank you. Well, that would be an interesting ruling by the LRB then if this gets passed today or tomorrow, given that this act would come into force on royal assent, which would somewhat nullify any Labour Relations Board decision. But we'll come back to that. It sounds an awful lot like Bill 26 that we just passed, that the courts can still go ahead and do what they want and come up with a ruling, but the government's already said it doesn't matter, the building's going to happen. So it seems to be very similar there. We'll come back to that. This is a piece of legislation that's, my understanding, it's 50 years old. It was 1973 when the Barrett government of the day brought this in. With all of the other types of modernization of legislation across government, across political stripes, as government looks at older pieces of legislation and modernizes, why was the simpler route for government not to simply amend the legislation in such a way that it would enable the lawyers to be able to have their own bargaining unit instead of forcing them into the PEA, which they've made very clear they don't want to be a part of, and the PEA has said they're totally fine if the lawyers don't join them as well. Once government chooses to modernize a piece of legislation, it seems actually modernizing it instead of clinging to it's been this way for 50 years would be a better way to move forward. So what is the concern about having the lawyers be their own bargaining group of their choosing?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think that it's important to recognize that in 1973 they were actually foreshadowing how labor relations could evolve over the years, and there's really been no substantive changes to the bill since 1973 by any stripe of government. I mean, there's been a number of different governments since 1973, and there's been some changes to the bill, but not substantive changes, and I think it's important to recognize that. Also, the member posed what, why, and so the BC GLA, I'm going to just keep using the acronym for the rest of the questioning. Their request poses a very real risk of proliferation of bargaining units, and it actually threatens the stability of the PSLRA, and that Act has provided over the last 50 years, as I said, that no other government has brought in any substantive changes to. And I think as the Minister of Environment made it quite clear when he spoke to the bill yesterday on second reading, he said you can't just open the door to one employee group and expect that you'll be able to close it back again. So that brings in two sub-concerns. So one is those 30-odd groups that, like the BCGLA, that are currently excluded and may want to join the GLA. That's an example. And all of the other several hundred groups of who currently are required to be in one of the three groups of the bargaining. So the nurses, the Professional Employees Association, or the BCGEU, feel that maybe they might have more power over their own terms and conditions if they bargain for themselves, even though within each of those three units, they have their own component so that they can bargain their own individual and unique needs, which is important to remember. They're part of one of the three bargaining units, but they also are a component into themselves, where their own unique needs are recognized. But, there's other groups that would say, well, would do the Me Too. If GLA gets to have their own separate union aside from these three groups, then we would like that too. The fact of the matter is that there's over 25,000 employees who are currently slotted into the PSLRA structure, and they don't have that choice either, but it was a choice that was made by legislation in 1973, and as I said, there's been no substantive changes. So they're slotted into the bargaining unit that is in accordance with the criteria that was established by the Act in 73. So introducing that employee choice in the equation is tantamount to putting the entire model at risk, a model, as I've said, that every government since 1973 has supported. And then where does it stop? There are literally hundreds of unique public service occupational groups, and dozens upon dozens of them might like to have their own bargaining unit as well, which would create labor instability. Like it would create a number of issues. And the bottom line is we have to ensure that we continue as a government, any government, has to continue to ensure that the public services that governments provide are continuing to be provided. And it would be really difficult if there was considerable labor unrest throughout government. And I think it's important to actually make to quote from the Higgins report. That was what was precipitated the work that was done before the bill was actually introduced in 1973. And the Higgins report says, the proposed approach has the great advantage of being flexible, since new occupational groups can be created or existing ones consolidated by mutual agreement. This flexibility also extends to the fact that subjects initially covered in the master agreement can be moved to the individual component agreements and vice versa. Words that bear well now as they did in 1973.
Member.
Well, thank you. And in fact, last Thursday, what the Environment Minister said is, and I quote, opens the door to massive proliferation of bargaining units in the public service, which is not in the public interest. That was last Thursday. Now on Wednesday, when myself and the Minister were enjoying our time in budget estimates, and I asked about the BCNU agreement and its ratification, which the BCNU is part of these three, I characterize it as media reports saying that was the last major agreement that was left. And the Minister was quick to correct me and said, actually, we've only had about 90% of the agreements have been agreed to. We still have 61 outstanding. as part of the 2022 bargaining mandate. So given that the government is already dealing with literally hundreds of separate individual agreements within the 2022 bargaining mandate, how is it that one agreement for the BC GLA, creating their own bargaining unit outside of the PEA, would suddenly cripple and set a precedence for this government on a scale unheard of and unseen that we would have seen over the last 50 years, according to the minister now, but also the environment minister on Thursday?
Minister.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the member is confusing. The broader public sector, for instance, which includes K-12, the post-secondary institutions, the Community Social Service Employers Association, with the public service employees who work directly for government. They're two very different things. Within the public service, the concern is that the number of bargaining units you would have, within a single entity, because it's a single employer. So that was why the Act was brought in, to bring in 3 separate bargaining units for the public service, not for the public sector. So that is the difference.
Member.
Thank you, and I understand that. And I think if you're a parent and the teachers go on strike, you really could give a whit whether or not it was with the school districts, the trustees, or the provincial government. You want the teachers back to work. If you want any of those groups that are outside of those 3 groups that suddenly go on strike, that ultimately the bargaining mandate comes from the Minister of Finance and the government of the day. To make those negotiations happen. The Me Too clauses and all the various agreements all trigger the same way. And so I get the internal governmental structure that the minister is trying to refer to, but to the broader public, to people's daily lives, to the operation of government and the flow of governmental work that people rely on, any job action by any bargaining unit is a problem to their daily lives. It seems that the government is so worried with Bill 5 about disrupting their own work that the case of one extra bargaining unit creates potential massive problem moving forward, but the hundreds of others that impact British Columbia's daily lives as well is a bit of an afterthought or a less of a worry. The question I had on Wednesday was directly about the BCNU, which is one of the three. The response back from the government was, well, we're not done bargaining. There's 61 agreements still outstanding to be dealt with. So the minister can't have it both ways either. It's either they're all viewed as one as government, or the government was done bargaining with their three main groups within the PSA, and the others are all periphery, and she should have been able to talk about the bargaining mandate then. But she wasn't able to, and I understand why. So why could one group, the BC GLA, be deemed to be such a risk for this mass proliferation of bargaining units out there when the government is literally dealing with hundreds of bargaining units and shielding themselves from public disclosure of what agreements actually mean to the taxpayer by saying that all these other agreements are still outstanding that don't actually fall within any of these three groups? So I hope the minister can understand how it gets a little convenient, I guess, for government to be able to try to use the proliferation excuse while at the same time using that exact same proliferation across other sectors of government services to defend why they won't answer questions. So how can one group create massive problems like this? My understanding is that under labor law, and remember the BCGLA used card check under existing laws, that a sub-bargaining group would have to have their members agree that they want to switch and want to actually have and actually leave or be rated by a different union. And that doesn't seem to be happening en masse. Now, granted, they can't under the current law, but we're asking about why this law wasn't amended specifically to allow the BCGLA to essentially be its fourth bargaining group within this act. That would not have created a proliferation unless people suddenly wanted to leave the BCNU and join the BCGLA. So again, how is one group deemed to be a proliferation to the overall operation of government?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to clarify so that the member understands, the BCNU that are within the health authority, so part of the public sector, they're the ones that have ratified their agreement. The BCNU within the public service, we haven't even started bargaining with them yet. So just so that the member understands the difference between the two sectors, public service and the public sector, and the unions, as he keeps referring to the nurses. The member needs to understand there really is a legitimate concern for the public service, as they are the only provider of the services that people depend on, that the very member was talking about. I mean, it's so the more bargaining units we have, there's more opportunity for work stoppages, labor unrest, again, putting those services that people rely on at risk, the services that are provided by the public service. And again, I mean, there's a number of groups that have said that, they didn't want to be part of those three groups. They wanted to be on their own. And they're waiting to see what happens here. And what would happen is labor unrest in the province. It would be very difficult for any government to be moving ahead if you have, like right now, we've got within the public service, we have those three groups. They bargain collectively, those three groups, each individual group bargains, and then there's the components within those groups that deal with the unique needs within those three groups. If you added the numbers who might like to have their own union, you could be looking at considerably more, which would be very difficult for the public service, very difficult for any government. And I think that's why no government has ever done this before, has never gone to starting to add individual unions into the public service, because the three components work well. They work well within for the public service. I think people take it for granted, the labor stability, because they see labor unrest in other sectors, but they don't realize that the labor stability that this act has brought to governments for years, 50 years, as the member referenced, since 1973 when this act was originally brought in by the NDP. So, I mean, I think that it's interesting. And then also there was another, the act was changed in the 1990s. It was called the Dorsey Commission was brought in to look at the number of the actual number of healthcare providers in the public sector. And they amended the health authorities from almost 900 bargaining units down to 5, because they also recognized that the significance of having that many bargaining units and the labor unrest that it causes. So that's, was done in 1973. The bill was brought in. Substantial change was made in the 1990s. And other than that, there's been just amendments to the bill to ensure that people can be recognized within the public service.
Member.
Thank you. I'll likely come back to that in a little bit. I am going to turn it over to my colleague from Vancouver, Langara. I just wanted to correct something that I'd said earlier to the minister, so I'm willing to acknowledge when I may have misspoke. Unfortunately, we didn't get notice that the government had made an amendment to the bill, and so the clerks thankfully pointed it out that it's on the order paper. So when we get to Clause 2, the commencement, I understand, has been amended to not come in on date of royal assent, but it'll be by LGC instead. So I just wanted to recognize to the minister that that's been pointed out to us for the clerks as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague.
Recognizing the member for Vancouver, Langara.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and pleased to join this committee review here of Bill 5. I wanted to say as well at the outset that given the nature of the bill being only 2 clauses, that there is a bit of interplay between Clause 1 and Clause 2, as my colleague just referred to with the proposed amendment here as well. But just to come back to recognition of what the minister said in response a few moments ago that there's an understanding by this government that the application for certification by the BCGLA to the Labour Relations Board can continue. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, can I ask what the government's intention then is for the effect of Bill 5 if the LRB, the independent LRB, reaches the decision to certify the BCGLA?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to clarify for the member, the matter is in abeyance at the Labour Relations Board, and there's no decision is pending, and we will make a decision when the time is required.
Member.
Just to confirm, is the Minister indicating that the Minister will direct the Labour Relations Board in terms of its process? Is that what I'm hearing from the Minister?
Minister.
Absolutely not.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Whose decision is being made here? Can the Minister please clarify her statement, please?
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's okay. The GLA, and maybe the member wasn't in the House when we canvassed this already. The GLA had put the matter before the Labour Board in abeyance. This decision was, they even brought it back and said that they were keeping it in abeyance as late as yesterday. The Labour Board contacted us and said we were fine with that. It is the choice of the GLA whether it stays in abeyance or not. This was something we just canvassed half an hour ago, if that. And that is what I was referring to. The matter is in abeyance, and if it is not in abeyance anymore, right now there's no decision is pending because the matter is in abeyance. So if a decision is made, we will make a decision at that time.
Member.
So this is where my confusion was, Madam Chair. If a decision is made, we will make a decision at that time. So just to unpack that, if a decision is made, when the minister is referring to if a decision is made, whose decision is that?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Labour Boards.
Member.
And yet the minister says that it's in the hands of the BCGLA. The BCGLA have put the matter in abeyance. Is that not correct?
Minister.
Yes.
Member.
Madam Chair, the decision, through you, Madam Chair, to the minister, is it not the decision of the BCGLA to take the matter out of abeyance, to continue the process with the LRB? Is that not correct?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to explain the process, when the GLA put it in abeyance, Labour Board asked the government, as the employer, are they in agreement with that? We said, yes, we are. And so it stands.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What will it take to take the matter out of abeyance?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the GLA asked to take it out of abeyance, we would agree with that, and we've already told them that.
Member.
So, Madam Chair, there is another path that the BCGLA had proposed, which I'll get into in a moment. But just for the sake of this particular point of discussion, Madam Chair, the minister is saying, if the BCGLA says, after today, after Bill 5, that they wish to take the matter out of abeyance and proceed down the path of the application for certification with the LRB, the government will agree that that matter will be taken out of abeyance. So, Madam Chair, we're back to 6 questions ago to this minister. In that case, if the matter is taken out of abeyance and the application proceeds to the independent LRB, what is the government's position as to the effect of Bill 5 on the continuance of that certification process at the LRB?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So the government as the employer doesn't oppose the matter proceeding before the Labour Board. We're not opposing to the matter moving forward. Anything more than that would be inappropriate to discuss.
Member.
Madam Chair, I'm just reflecting on the Minister's response. Over 2 days, Madam Chair, members of the opposition have spoken about Bill 5 and our opposition to it. And the whole substance of Bill 5 would put members of the BCGLA into the Public Service Labor Relations Act. This is what my colleague, the member from Kamloops North Thompson, has just been speaking to the minister about. So what I'm asking, Mr. Chair, is the government's position as to bringing forward this Bill 5, which initially it had introduced in this House in early February, or thereabouts, pulled it from debate, further stages of debate in this House, and has brought it back in the last week of this session. So clearly, there's something going on here, Mr. Chair. There's something going on in terms of the way this employer has dealt with its employees. So I appreciate the minister saying that the minister and the government are not going to withdraw or withhold their consent to the matter going forward at the Labour Relations Board. But through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, I'm asking the minister for confirmation of the government's position as to the effect. The whole application, of course, is for certification of the union to represent the members of the BCGLA. If that certification application is approved by the Labour Relations Board, that would go contrary to Bill 5. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister, does she not agree with that?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's not up to us, the employer, the government, to determine what the Labour Relations Board will decide. And we will address the outcome of the case if and or when the Labour Relations Board decision is made.
Member.
The Minister, in response to questions from the member from Kamloops North Thompson and the Minister of Environment in his second reading speech, has demonstrated the government's purpose for which Bill 5 has come forward. It's very clear. The Minister may want to defer statements based on what result the LRB may get to, but it won't matter, Mr. Chair. The deed will be done under this Bill 5 by virtue of this legislation. So this is the reason why members of the official opposition have been speaking repeatedly to this bill in opposition. This government, with Bill 5, is attempting to pass legislation to deprive a specific group of employees of the ability to go to the Labour Board for recognition while it is in process to do so. As the Minister confirmed to the member from Kamloops North Thompson about 23 minutes ago, the drafting of Bill 5 was commenced after notice of the application for certification to the Labour Relations Board by the BCGLA. The government's action in Bill 5 commenced in response to the steps taken by this group of employees exercising their rights of freedom of association, exercising their rights under the card check system that this government brought in by a 70% vote to proceed with a certification application to the LRB. As we have said, Mr. Chair, this is just another example of this government, just like under those community benefit agreements, dictating to workers, employees in this province, which unions they should belong to. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister, can the Minister confirm, because we did not hear any other member of the Cabinet speak to this bill, not the Minister of Labour, not the Attorney General, that this oppression, this action by this government, which is unprecedented in this country's history, to quash the rights of these employees to go forward to the Labour Relations Board of British Columbia, that there has been advice provided to this government that this action is not unconstitutional.
Minister.
Sorry, just one sec.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're just clarifying some things here. I just think it's important that we put on the record how long this process has actually been in an issue before government. It actually started in September 2013. The BCGLA formally wrote the PSA and requested independent bargaining unit status for the first time in 2013. By September 2014, the Liberal government of the day had refused BCGLA's request for bargaining unit status. Instead of a formal bargaining process, the PSA only offered the BCGLA a process that would involve the PSA listening to what the BCGLA proposed, but there would be no requirement for the parties to reach an agreement. Absent an agreement, the government would implement new terms and conditions of employment for government lawyers based on the PSA's recommendations. Government lawyers would have no right to strike. That was in September 2014. December 2014 to January 2015, the Supreme Court of Canada releases 2 new decisions that collectively confirm that employees have a constitutional right to belong to a union and unions have the right to strike. February 2015, the BCGLA writes the PSA to reject its offer of limited bargaining rights on the grounds that it is unconstitutional and asks the government to reconsider. August 2015, the Liberal government of the day confirms that it will provide collective bargaining rights to government lawyers, but that it is necessary to first consult with the various parties on the 3 bargaining unit options. The 3 bargaining options were standalone BCGLA bargaining unit, inclusion in the licensed professionals, the PEA bargaining unit under the PSLRA, and inclusion in a joint bargaining unit with Crown Counsel. 2015 to 16, the PSA consults with the BCGLA, the PEA, and Crown Counsel Association on the 3 bargaining unit options for government lawyers and briefs the Liberal government on the decision. July 2016, the Liberal government responds to the BCGLA to confirm that it was delaying its decision on the appropriate bargaining unit for government lawyers because new legislation would be needed to enact the new bargaining arrangement. And since, quote, we are in the final year of the government's mandate, we will not be able to secure the decision necessary to pass the legislation prior to the end of the current mandate, end of quote. The government delayed the decision, even though the next election was still 8.5 months away. As a result, the BCGLA waited over 3.5 years for a response from the former Liberal government without ever receiving an answer as to what bargaining unit option was acceptable to the government. February 2018, the NDP government confirms that it is prepared to extend full collective bargaining rights to government lawyers by removing the current exclusion under the PSLRA, which would see the lawyers being included in the licensed professional, the PEA bargaining unit. In recognition that the PEA bargaining unit was not the BCGLA's preferred bargaining unit option, the government indicated that it was prepared to hold off moving forward with the necessary legislative amendments to place government in the licensed professional bargaining unit until the BCGLA indicates that it wishes the government to proceed. August 2019, the BCGLA filed a civil suit against government in the Supreme Court of BC. Their litigation alleges that their continued status as an employee excluded from access to collective bargaining under the PSLRA, together with the exclusion from the right to be represented by their own bargaining unit, is a breach of their charter right to exercise their freedom of association to be involved in collective bargaining. The suit was scheduled to be heard in February 2023. However, the BCGLA has asked for an adjournment pending their pursuit of the same issue before the LRB. November 2022, the BCGLA filed an application to the LRB to be certified as a standalone bargaining unit under the Labour Relations Code, the effect of which would circumvent the current bargaining unit structure under the PSLRA, which was established 50 years ago. The matter is still pending before the LRB. The members need to know there was considerable consultation starting this in late last year and this year. Consultation with the GLA over a number of issues with Bill 5, with the PSLRA, and the concerns, as we've already expressed, both myself and the Minister of Environment when he spoke to second reading. You know, we've always acted respectfully and in good faith towards the government lawyers. We believe in the work they do. We told the BCGLA in 2018, after extensive consultation, that we were only prepared to grant them their rights under the PSLRA, and we knew it wasn't their preferred option. So we said we wouldn't impose it on it, but would do it with their consent. They sued us, which we expected, and that is their right. All was fine until the GLA then went to the LRB, and at the LRB they are now arguing that one of the reasons why they needed their own unit under the code was because we were denying them access to their collective bargaining rights under the PSLRA. But if we'd been willing to grant government lawyers bargaining rights under the PSLRA for the last 5 years, because we had been willing to do that. So we are now faced with a situation that our inaction in 2018, which was an attempt to avoid the unfortunate situation we all find ourselves in now, was being used against us in a way that put the PSLRA and the stability that it represents at greater risk. Faced with these new circumstances, we made the difficult decision to introduce Bill 5. It is not what we originally wanted to do, but it was necessary to protect the PSLRA, protect the act that protects public services in this province, that protects the services that people expect from people that work for the government. These do not, the actions that the government has undertaken do not prevent the GLA from intervening in the LRB case. And I think, again, that the members need to remember is what is being proposed is to be part of the 3 bargaining unit that is part of the Public Service Labor Relations Act that was brought here 50 years ago, that no government has ever changed significantly, and there's been a number of different stripes of government since 1973. What it also does is it recognizes an organization like the GLA's unique needs, so that they bargain within the collective bargaining unit of the PEA, but then they have their own unique needs addressed. It also gives them the right to strike if they so choose. They do not have that right now. It also gives them the right for issues around seniority. It gives them the ability to negotiate salary levels, which they do not have, so to speak, now. It gives them improved dispute resolution processes and protection from without just cause dismissals, which is something that the GLA has brought up. So these are all things that that this amendment is about. This is what this amendment is about. And I just want the members to know there's been significant work done on this since under the former government's time, back in 2013, I think was the first time. So that this has not just happened in this last few months. This has not just happened since we formed government. This has been ongoing for a number of years, and we recognize that we're at a standstill. So we're moving ahead with Bill 5 to ensure that the GLA has the bargaining rights that they're asking for, that they belong to a union, and that they have all of the rights within that component, with their own unique needs are recognized, to do just as they have been asking.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the length of the Minister's response for, I think, close to 14 minutes. She covered a lot of ground there, Mr. Chair. There's a lot to come back to. There's some elements, certainly, in terms of recognition of the former government prior to 2017, the work that was done for the 3.5-year period the Minister spoke to. I will just mention and note that the Minister conveyed to this House that there were 3 options being considered. My understanding, with the nature of the Minister's response, that could have included separate legislation to recognize the BC GLA as a separate bargaining unit, as we have with the Crown Council Act that was brought in 20 years ago. Second option, that they combine with Crown Counsel, perhaps as an amendment to the Crown Counsel Act, which is existing legislation, as a standalone, something that the member from Kamloops North Thompson referred to. Or option 3, they get rolled into the PEA under the Public Service Labor Relations Act. Clearly, negotiation, discussion is strained. This is complex work by any government. The necessary dialogue that was taking place. I know members on this side of the House certainly believe in fixed date elections, not those members. That means appropriate planning, whatever that reference was. Maybe this government's introducing Bill 5 because they know their time is limited here in this House as government. What's their rush? It's the heavy hand of government that we're speaking to. It's been 6 years under this government that they've continued that path. Almost double the amount of time as the previous government, if we want to start comparing timelines. But time is not the only factor here, Mr. Chair. It's the action that this government is taking. This wasn't happening 9 years ago in terms of the labor relations certification process. We know, Mr. Chair, as the member from Kamloops North Thompson confirmed, this bill came to pass, came to be, came to existence after the BCGLA started their process with the LRB. I did not hear, Mr. Chair, I heard the length of the process to get to this bill, but the decision that this government is taking, the extraordinary, unprecedented action that this government is taking to have control over the guardians of the rule of law in our province. That is an issue we're going to get into in the committee stage here. We're still dealing with the labor aspect of this, the employer-employee relationship, the rights of those employees for freedom of association, as the minister acknowledged. I did not hear in the minister's response, Mr. Chair, a direct response to my concern as to where the Attorney General of this province is. It's her job to ensure that the administration of justice, the administration of our legislation in this province is constitutional and meets the rule of law. I did not hear the Attorney General speak to this bill. I would have certainly liked to have heard her confirm that in her view, this bill, this unprecedented step by this government to intervene, to quash the effect of any decision by the LRB, is constitutional. The minister has acknowledged that there already is challenges being raised about the constitutionality of the acts of this government. And we understand, of course, as has been communicated, I'm sure to this government, that Bill 5 will be challenged as well, just like so many other legislative initiatives of this government and this Premier. So through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister, I'll ask again, has the government confirmed with the Attorney General or whoever else is advising the Attorney General in the absence of the 350 government lawyers whose job is to ensure that every piece of legislation that hits the floor of this Assembly is constitutional, is the government getting that advice and having that opinion provided to them that this bill is not unconstitutional?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to confirm, the government did receive legal advice on the constitutionality of the bill. But I think it's important, I don't know, the members are missing something. And so I just, again, to remind the members that this bill has been in existence since the 50, or for 50 years, since 1973. And it is unique to the public service. But I just want to clarify the application of the Labor Code and why the Labor Code doesn't apply under the PSLRA. And it was written out in the Higgins Commission back in 1973, and when the Labor Code was known as the Labor Relations Act at the time. And it said that in examining these options, the Commission considers neither the Labor Relations Act nor the Civic Service Act to be appropriate vehicles for the new regulation of labor relations in the provincial public service. Under the Labor Relations Act, provincial public service employees could engage in collective bargaining after the determination of appropriate bargaining units and certification of the bargaining agents by the Labor Relations Board. To follow this course would, however, ignore inherent differences in the nature of labor relations in the public and private sectors. The Commission finds it appropriate that collective bargaining be introduced in the provincial public service through the enactment of new legislation specifically devised for that purpose. This legislation should establish procedures governing such matters as the certification of bargaining agents, the settlement of disputes arising out of negotiations, employer-employee rights and obligations, and the resolutions of grievances. So this was how the PSLRA was born. And I don't think we can ignore that. I think it's important to recognize that. So again, when it comes to certification within the public service, the code doesn't apply. As the member keeps referring to card checks and the labor code, but it doesn't apply because the Public Service Labor Relations Act applies. And again, it's an act that has been in existence since 1973 that no government has seen, has looked and said, okay, we need to substantially change this. This is the act. Code doesn't apply. Card check doesn't apply, so I'll reiterate that for the member because I think he's raised it about 4 or 5 times. It doesn't apply. Within the legal framework, it doesn't apply. So just so the member has that understanding.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, there's lots of points that the minister is introducing into this debate. I wish that we had the opportunity of this in our second reading debate. Like the member from Abbotsford West said during second reading, was like playing ping pong with ourselves in terms of the back and forth. We had no back and forth. We had no response from this government about the nature of this bill. Now we are in the committee stage. And I'm glad we're going to be going all night on this thing because we have the opportunity to actually review this bill with some responses from government. We had silence in second reading. Now we're hearing all of these different considerations. So, Mr. Chair, I have had some opportunity, let's say, to review the legal argument that was filed with the Labour Relations Board. I see that the Counsel for the Attorney General of British Columbia conceded that the current exclusion from the PSLRA of persons falling within the subsection B of the definition of employee of Section 1 of the PSLRA is an infringement of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Part 1 of the Constitution Act. However, this concession is not the equivalent of a legislative amendment. As I read further in paragraph B, sub 1, or 1 sub B of the legal argument filed on behalf of this government, if the applicant's members are covered by the PSLRA, are they entitled to be certified under the Labour Relations Code? This determination will involve interpretation of both the PSLRA and the Code. I could read further, Mr. Chair, but I presume the minister is very familiar with the filing on behalf of government. Can the minister tell this House, the position of government in its legal argument that's been filed with the LRB in terms of the application of the Code to this situation with the BC GLRA?
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the members raised parts of that submission about how the Labour Code does not apply to the situation. And it, as I just said, it confirms everything I just said in my previous answer. The Labour Code does not apply.
Member.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm reading from the submission, of course, on behalf of government, which obviously that is the position of government. So there's a couple things about that, Mr. Chair. One is presumably the BCGLA doesn't agree with that position. Why would they be making an application to the LRB for certification if there was no application to their situation? But secondly, if that's the view of government, why did we have the discussion here at the committee stage? Why at all would the government agree to not have in abeyance the application? Currently, we've heard from the government that it's an agreement with the BCGLA that the application for certification is in abeyance. If it's government's position that there is no application, there is no jurisdiction, then why would the government agree to release the application from abeyance?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And as the matter is actually before the Labour Board, and as it's an ongoing legal matter, it would be inappropriate for me to comment on any of that any further.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In just reflecting again on the minister's response, it arguably I would suggest to the minister, through you, Mr. Chair, she has actually provided comment, meaning we've taken through some reference to the submission, the government's position, but just be that as it is, I'm just going to go to another point that's related to this, and that is, we understand from the BCGLA that they had made a proposal in this period. And let me just ask a two-part question. One is, why did government introduce their bill in February and then pull it back and not proceed? That's the first question. The second question is, why did government not further agree to the proposal by the BCGLA that a neutral expert involved with labor relations? As you can see, Mr. Chair, there is some complexity involved in the discussion that needs to be reviewed by the LRB, certainly from the government's perspective. Why was that proposal not agreed to have a neutral expert on labor relations, a neutral arbiter, receive the submissions by both government and the BCGLA to have some recommendations as to what the appropriate bargaining structure would be?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the bill wasn't pulled, as the member keeps saying. It was put on hold. So there could be further discussions between the GLA and the PSA. And both parties entered into those discussions in good faith. It was our view after a number of weeks of discussion that we've exhausted all options, and there was no other viable options that address both parties' needs, including our concerns with the proliferation of additional bargaining units.
Member.
Well, I will resist the urge to get into semantics discussions with the minister about pull versus hold. But regardless, the result is the bill did not proceed for further debate until the last 3 days of this session and the last week of this session. So it's literally the last bill we're dealing with. We know that the LRB process has been put in abeyance. We've had the discussion around that. We will get to the proliferation concern of this minister and the Minister of Environment as the only two people who have spoken on behalf of the government about this bill. But just coming back to the discussions that the minister describes was occurring between, let's say, early February until early May, over the last 3 months, there was a meaningful proposal put forward for a neutral expert on labor relations to provide recommendations about what's the most appropriate bargaining unit under the circumstances. Again, through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister. Why did the government not agree to that proposal?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. That's the same question. I'll give the same answer. We gave the opportunity for further discussion between PLA or GLA and PSA. Again, both parties entered into those discussions in good faith. But it was in our view that we've exhausted all options. And that there was no other viable options that address the concerns, and regardless of whether you're going to bring in independent body or not, all options were exhausted, and including our concern with the proliferation of bargaining units. So that's the same answer to the same question that the member asked previously.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So maybe we'll try this a different way. The minister is saying that on February, the government's interpretation and idea of good faith negotiations is to table Bill 5 on February 9th, I believe it was, after, and actually be drafting it after the BCGLA had already gone and filed at the LRB, after they had done their card check, where 70% of their members plus had said that they would like to have their own bargaining unit. So they go to the LRB to try to get a ruling. The government then's response is to draft Bill 5, present it to this chamber, and then say, fine, we'll negotiate with you. Problem is, Bill 5 makes it very clear there's only one outcome to a negotiation that the government's prepared to accept. Here we are, the 9 days of this session. The minister says all options were exhausted that were acceptable to the government, and so we're back to trying to pass Bill 5. And yes, the LRB is in abeyance right now, but at some point, one would assume, the lawyers are going to want to re-engage that application once Bill 5 passes. So the minister's premise seems to be that good faith negotiations are, as long as it lines up with an outcome that lines up with Bill 5, everything's been done well, and let's all get on with our lives. Now, the government has made one small concession, and they've changed the commencement date from royal assent to commencement around LRC decision. Can the minister today state in this chamber, because courts and labor boards tend to look at transcripts to see what the intention of government is, state that the government will not be enacting Bill 5 until such time as the LRB has made a definitive ruling on the BCGLA's application moving forward?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm thinking maybe the member didn't hear my comments earlier about, in my response, the members keep raising card check. So once again, card check does not apply to the public service. That's law. That's, I don't know, maybe labor law isn't everyone's bailiwick, but that is law. So card checks do not apply. And just to remind members, this discussion has been ongoing since 2013. This didn't just happen. This has been an ongoing discussion since 2013. You know, during the recent discussions, there were two options put on the table. One was by us, by the government. One was rejected by the GLA, and the other was rejected by the Crown Council.
Member.
Well, thank you for that brief answer that didn't actually answer the question that after 15 minutes of deliberations I would have hoped we would have actually had an answer. So I understand that card check isn't legal because they don't fall under. They did it in an act of good faith, if the minister wants to talk about good faith negotiations, to try to demonstrate to the LRB, following the provincial government's newest legislation, what the intent of their members was and the wishes of their members. But we're talking about this government's actions with this Bill 5. The minister confirmed right at the very beginning of all of this that this legislation started to be drafted after the lawyers went to the LRB to seek a ruling. So waving Bill 5 over the lawyers' heads is supposed to be negotiating in good faith. It then gets paused. The bill gets paused, not withdrawn, paused, because it was introduced on February 9th, to supposedly allow for good faith negotiations to continue with the lawyers. As close as we can see of any movement by this government through all of those months with Bill 5 sitting on the table is that commencement has changed from royal assent to LRC. The question I asked is if the minister can commit today that this bill will not be enacted by LRC until the LRB has completely done its work and has made a ruling on the application by the BC GLA.
Minister.
What the member's referring to is in Clause 2, and I'm happy to move to Clause 2 if they wish.
Member.
Well, we'll get to Clause 2 as the day moves on. It's interesting that a straightforward question like that is now being dodged by the minister, given that we've been back and forth between Clause 1 and Clause 2 all day. Mr. Chair, it's a you know, for the people at home, it's a two-clause bill. This is not overly complicated. We're not talking about subsection 1-2/6 bracket V. We're talking about a two-clause bill, and the two are actually interconnected on the actions of the government. And the fact that there's this level of evasion on a fairly straightforward question twice in a row, thankfully we didn't take 15 minutes to tell me that this is section 2 that I asked the question of, is shocking to me. So has a drafting then of section 1 been done if the LRB rules in favor of the BCGLA and the section 1 that we currently have in front of us in Bill 5 is no longer relevant based on the ruling of the LRB, or is it the intention of this government, regardless of what the LRB ruling is, to enact section 1?
Minister.
Asked and answered.
Member.
Well, respectfully, no, it hasn't been answered. We've exhausted all our options. We've heard that it's in abeyance. We've heard that this was drafted after an LRB application had already been filed. We have not heard if it's the government's intention to enact section 1, clause 1 if the LRB has a ruling contrary to the wording of Section 1, Clause 1. If the LRB comes out and says that the BCGLA can have their own bargaining unit, that would be in complete contradiction of Clause 1 in Bill 5. Is the government's intention to follow the LRB ruling, or is its intention to implement Clause 1 regardless of what the LRB has done? And I would say there's precedence for this question, because Bill 26 that we just dealt with said just that in the case of Arbutus. It said that the court case can continue through the courts, but regardless of what the outcome, regardless of what judges have to say, the building and Arbutus will proceed, and all actions taken will have been deemed to be done to a level that the building can proceed, regardless of what a court of law says about due process being handled. So this government's already done that once in this sitting. So the question around Bill 5 is, are they intending to do it a second time, or are they intending to let the LRB be independent, come up with a decision, and then evaluate whether or not to proceed with an LRC, whether or not to enact Clause 1 of Bill 5?
Minister.
Good thing I keep track. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good thing I keep track of my answers. It has been asked and answered. I said the matter is before the Labour Board. As it's an ongoing legal matter, it would be inappropriate for me to comment on it at this time.
Member.
Thank you. Well, I'm not asking about the government submission to the Labour Board. And in fact, the minister also kept pointing out that it's in abeyance at the Labour Board right now. It's not an active file at the Labour Board. The question about is the intention of this government as it relates to Clause 1 in Bill 5. Is the government's intention with Clause 1 to implement Clause 1 regardless of what the decision at the LRB winds up being?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and it's been asked and answered.
Member.
Well, thank you. No, it hasn't been answered. The answer is not, from the minister, has not been what the government actions will be based on an LRB ruling. The answer from the minister has been cryptic and trying to dodge the question. I'll ask again. We have Clause 1. We have a two-clause bill. Clause 1 very much sets out the rules that the BCGLA can organize and bargain on their behalf. Yet the BCGLA is in front of the LRB with an application that right now is suspended, waiting to be re-engaged. The question to the government, and the minister has indicated that it's the PSA dealing with the LRB, it's not the minister directly. I'm asking about the minister and this government's intention with Clause 1 in Bill 5. Is their intention to enact and enforce Clause 1 of Bill 5 regardless of what a decision by the LRB for the BCGLA is? Yes or no?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And what the member is referring to is, again, under Clause 2, and if the member wants to go to Clause 2 now, we can.
On Clause 1, member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm asking a direct question about Clause 1 and the provisions within Clause 1 and the government's intention with those provisions in Clause 1, but now the minister's telling me I should be better placed to ask those questions in Clause 2, and then when we move on to Clause 2, it'll be, well, you should have asked that in Clause 1. It's kind of like in estimates when each minister keeps saying you should go talk to the other minister because no one actually wants to answer, even though they have the same staff sitting behind them when you ask the question from minister to minister. There are very prescriptive actions in Clause 1 in this bill. In fact, it's the only actions in this bill other than commencement for the government to take with the government lawyers. And Clause 1 has huge ramifications, as it's worded, for those government lawyers. Now, it has huge ramifications for those government lawyers only if the LRB agrees with Clause 1. Those ramifications are very clear. The LRB rules, and they rule basically in favor of the direction of the government, and the lawyers have a decision to make. In fact, they don't, because they will, by default, be put into this PEA at that point. But if the Labour Board says, in fact, the lawyers can have their own bargaining unit of their choosing, Clause 1 doesn't allow for that. Can the minister point to where in Clause 1 the BCGLA would be allowed to form their own bargaining unit if the LRB rules that that is what they are allowed to do?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and I have answered that, but I'll say it again, that I'm not going to speculate on any outcome from the LRB, and we will address that if and when the time comes.
Shall Clause 1 pass? Aye. So ordered. Member on Clause 2.
Well, thank you. That apparently seems to be the only section that the minister is willing to answer questions all of a sudden. And so, thankfully, the clerk's office advised us after we started debate on Bill 5 that there was an amendment. I'm not sure procedurally if the minister is supposed to be moving the amendment before we start discussing Bill Section 2, but I'll wait for.
Minister for the amendment.
Well, Chair, I move that the amendment to Clause 2 that is in the possession of the clerk be read now. Okay?
You're moving the amendment. It's on the order paper.
So I don't have to read it.
You can read it.
Oh, okay, I'll read it. I move in Committee of the Whole that Bill 5, Public Service Labor Relations Amendment Act 2023 to amend as follows, Clause 2, by deleting the text shown as struck out and adding the underlined text as shown. This act comes into force by regulation of the Lieutenant Governor and Council.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll go back to the previous questions that were referred to this clause. So I'm hoping we have fulsome answers. The Minister has said the government has exhausted all options, and that's why the bill is back in front of us for debate. That is why the government's trying to pass this bill. That would seem to indicate that the government is no longer willing to work with or have discussions with the GL, the government lawyers. Sorry, too many acronyms today. So they've exhausted all options, yet they say they're negotiating in good faith on a piece of legislation that was drafted after an application was already filed at the LRB. A piece of legislation to essentially override and circumvent and basically ensure a certain result, regardless of what the LRB has to say on this issue. That application has been put in abeyance by the lawyers, hoping that they could have good faith negotiations with this government, yet the minister has now indicated they've exhausted all options. So I'll ask again, can the government commit today that this bill, this act, will not come into force by regulation of the Lieutenant Governor and Council until after a decision has been rendered by the LRB once it comes out of its abeyance?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm not prepared to make that commitment at this time, but that's not the purpose behind this amendment. So the purpose behind the amendment is to commence by OIC out of respect to the fact that the PSA has offered the GLA continued discussions with the assistance of a facilitator if necessary in the interest of finding a productive path forward. Those discussions will not involve whether or not to proceed with placing government lawyers in the licensed professional bargaining unit or not. That has already been decided. But as witnessed by the debate that has been taking place in this House over the last few days, this is a complicated issue, and not everyone understands the impacts of Bill 5 and how it will work. This will allow the parties the time to get on the same page and make sure employees have a better understanding of how things will work before proceeding. And with that, Madam Chair, I'd like to take a 10-minute break. I've been here since.
Committee will go into a recess for 10 minutes. We'll call the committee back to order. We're currently on Clause 2, the amendment. Recognizing the member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to sum up, we have a government who brought in, this is the good faith bargaining and freedom that Labour has in this province with this government. We have CBAs where even if you're unionized, unless you belong to one of the 19 hand-chosen unions by this government, you can't work on certain government projects. You have Bill 26, which was just brought in a couple weeks ago now, that says, regardless of what the courts say about proper process being followed for a public hearing, the courts no longer are relevant in this one specific piece of property, and the Premier shall advance his project that he's excited about, regardless of due process. We then have Bill 5, which was stood down after being introduced, drafted after an application to the LRB was already underway, brought in as a bit of a hammer to the BCGLA, gets stood down, supposed good faith negotiations happen, all the while Bill 5 hanging out there. The minister says all options have been exhausted. Her last answer made it very clear that regardless of what will or won't happen at the LRB, the lawyers only have one option open to them in the government's view. There's only one acceptable way forward. So they can talk and they can discuss some periphery issues, but the main issue of which collective bargaining unit they belong to has been decided by government already. Regardless of what future decisions might come down. Yet when asked directly whether or not this government would enact Bill 5 with or without a ruling from the LRB, ahead of a ruling from the LRB, the minister is not prepared to answer that. But everything else within those answers says that's exactly what this government is going to do. So if the government can't commit that they will hold off in enacting this until after an LRB ruling, what is the trigger point for the government to enact this, to commence this bill as an order of the Lieutenant Governor and Council?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, government, we've decided to make the amendment to commence by OIC out of respect to the fact that that the PSA has offered the GLA continued discussions. And as I said, with the assistance of a facilitator if necessary, in the interest of finding a productive path forward. And again, like I said, the discussions won't involve whether or not to proceed with placing government lawyers in the licensed professionals bargaining unit or not. That has been decided. But I mean, we all know how complicated this is, and not everyone understands the impacts of Bill 5 and how it works. So this will allow the parties time to get on the same page and make sure the employees have a better understanding of things before proceeding. But I think it's important to remind the members of what Bill 5 does do. It does give the Government Lawyers Association, it gives them a number of things that they're seeking. It gives them the option, it gives them the opportunity to collective bargaining, which they don't have now. It gives them the right option, like the right to strike, something that they don't have right now. The ability to negotiate salary levels. Again, they do not have that right now. An improved dispute resolution process. And protection from without cause dismissals. All things that the GLA has been asking for. All things that they've asked to belong to a union, to the bargaining rights, all of that is contained here. It gives them those benefits. But also about protecting the stability of public services in this province, protecting the stability of labor relations in this province. Because there's a much bigger picture here, as I've been saying, and the member seems to not want to talk about, but it is a bigger picture. And for that very reason, that is why the bill has been around since 1973 with very, very few changes, very few amendments, because it does protect the public services that people rely on in this province. So we have to also take that into consideration.
Shall the amendment pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall the clause as amended pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall the title pass? Aye. So ordered. Division's been called. Members, the question is on the title of Bill 5, Public Service Labor Relations Amendment Act 2023. All those in favour, please stand.
Very offended by this title.
Thank you. Be seated. All those opposed, please stand. Thank you. Be seated. Madam Clerk.
Those voting online, Ms. Chen?
I vote aye.
Thank you. Mr. Routley?
I vote aye.
Thank you. And Mr. Russell?
I vote aye.
Thank you. Those voting aye, Chandra Herbert, Sims, Babchuk, Coulter, Lohr, Malcolmson, Kang, Ma, Heyman, Osborne, Cullen, Baines, Dean, Bailey, Mercier, Brar, A. Singh, Rutledge, Starchuk, Rice, Deeth, Leonard, Chow, Whiteside, Farnworth, Callon, Conroy, Sharma, Dix, Robinson, Fleming, Alexis, Rankin, Ralston, Popham, Simons, Elmore, Glumac, Routley, Yao, Dykeman, Donnelly, Green, Anderson, Chant, Russell, Sandhu, Chen, Begg, Padden, and Walker, 51. Those voting nay, DeYoung, Dirksen, Millibar, Stone, Falcon, Bond, Halford, Ross, Oakes, Payton, Davies, Sturdy, Klovchuk, Morris, Kylo, Sturko, Kirkpatrick, Merrifield, Lee, Watt, Stewart, Shapitka, Ashton, Banman, Letnick, Furstenau, Olson, and Rustad, 28.
The motion is carried. Minister of Finance.
I move that the committee rise, report the bill complete with amendment.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. Motion's carried. This committee is adjourned.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker. The Committee on Bill 5 reports the bill complete with amendment.
When shall be the bill considered as the reporter, Government House Leader?
Next setting.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
Call Committee of Supply of Estimates for Post-Secondary Education and Future Skills.
Committee Chair.
Committee will take a 2-minute recess while the committee will take a 5-minute recess while people get to their assigned places. We'll call the committee to order. We're doing the estimates for post-secondary education and future skills. And I will recognize the minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $2,769,979,000 be granted to His Majesty to defray the expenses of Ministry of Post-Secondary Education and Future Skills Ministry Operations to 31st of March 2024. If I might continue, Madam Chair, I do want to make a few opening remarks. I think I do have staff that will be joining me here today. I do want to say that Bobby Plekis, my Deputy Minister, is making her way here, and the rest of the staff will be joining us tomorrow. Nicola Lemmer, who's the Assistant Deputy Minister, Joanna White, Assistant Deputy Minister, Tony Laughran, who is the Assistant Deputy Minister, and Jason Butler, an Assistant Deputy Minister and Executive Financial Officer. That will be joining me tomorrow. Bobby will be here this evening, and they will be rotating through depending on the questions. I have a few opening remarks, Madam Chair, that I'd like to make about what it means to be the Minister of Post-Secondary Education and Future Skills, to be part of an important work that our government is undertaking to help British Columbians succeed, to reach their full potential, as well as delivering a workforce that is ready for British Columbia today and into the future. And our government's priority is people. And for my ministry, it's people that are at the center of everything that we do in the post-secondary system. It's making sure that people can get the skills and the education they need to fully participate in the workforce. And it also means that employers can find the workforce that they need, not just to sustain their businesses, but to grow and to innovate and to build out our economy as it continues to grow. Since I've been minister, I've really had the pleasure of meeting so many students throughout the province, and hearing from them about what's important. And I have to say, Madam Chair, what's been a real joy for me is, particularly talking with young people, is that they see hope and possibility in their future. They are so smart, Madam Chair. These young people have access to a world that I certainly didn't have access to, and I'm sure Madam Chair didn't have access to, given so much opportunity that they see before themselves. And so, Madam Chair, part of what I've been listening to, what I've been hearing from students is their concerns around affordability. And that's been something that I've heard regularly, and I see that my Deputy Minister Bobby has arrived. Welcome to the party. Thank you. And when I say that affordability has been a challenge, Madam Chair, it's because we see inflation and the inflationary impacts that are happening for students around, certainly their cost of living. And we also know that it's not just here in British Columbia that we're seeing these inflationary impacts. We're seeing it all around the world, not just here in British Columbia. Now, we're also seeing a changing workforce, and we've seen through the BC Labour Market Outlook, it's telling us that there'll be about 1 million jobs over the next decade. Nearly 80% will require some form of post-secondary education and skills training. But that also, those challenges, Madam Chair, come with lots of opportunity. And that's why this budget introduces the Stronger BC Future Ready Action Plan, where we're investing $480 million over the next 3 years. This, Madam Chair, is the most significant investment in skills training and post-secondary education that we've seen in generations. The Stronger BC Future Ready Action Plan is a bold, transformative plan to help people expand the skills and knowledge that they need to succeed in high-demand, good-paying jobs, the jobs of today as well as the jobs of the future. Under this action plan, we're making sure that costs aren't a barrier by expanding and improving programs that help British Columbians access post-secondary education and training. Now, Madam Chair, this includes $39 million towards the BC Future Skills Grant, which will reduce financial barriers by providing learners with a grant of up to $3,500 for the cost of tuition for short-term skills training. That makes a difference, Madam Chair, for learners. We're improving affordability for former youth in care by expanding the provincial tuition waiver program, making it available to all former youth in care. As well, we're providing additional resources to help cover additional costs that come with studying. And we're building even more student housing, Madam Chair, and all of this together makes it more affordable for learners. Now, the Stronger BC Future Ready Action Plan will implement workforce priorities in the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Action Plan, recognizing the integral role filled by Indigenous-led post-secondary institutes here in British Columbia. The Stronger BC Future Ready Action Plan will help fill workforce gaps in high-demand fields, both now and into the future. Just as a couple of examples, we're funding almost 1,400 new student spaces in early childhood education programs. We know that having professional providers for early learning means that their parents can rest easy while they contribute as well in the workforce. We also have 3,000 more student spaces in tech-relevant programs over the next 3 years. And we know that most jobs are tech jobs these days. And, having had the opportunity just yesterday to be at Triumph and to see sort of where these students are taking particle acceleration and radioactive isotopes and using their knowledge and their skills is tremendous in terms of what the future has to offer all of us based on their education and their talent. In addition to improvements being made under the Stronger BC Future Ready Action Plan, we're delivering other improvements to make life better for people here in British Columbia. We're working closely with the Ministry of Health to expand and strengthen BC's healthcare system. This includes investing $150 million over 3 years in health and medical education under BC's Health Human Resources Strategy. It also, I have to say, Madam Chair, we're doing advanced work to build Western Canada's first new medical school in 55 years at Simon Fraser University. And it's going to deliver a new model of training physicians that are ready to work in communities right around the province. We're further improving access to education training by investing $151 million over 3 years to vastly improve student financial aid, doubling support for thousands of students, and the first significant increase in nearly 20 years. We're investing in more homes for students so they can worry less about their housing costs and instead focus on their studies, Madam Chair. And at the same time, this investment will help ease pressure, of course, on the local housing market. When you move students onto campus, into student-built housing, purpose-built housing, then they don't need to look for affordable housing in community, and that eases the pressure in all of our communities. And in addition to training people, a critical part of filling job vacancies now and in the future is by attracting and supporting newcomers to our province. Already, we see record number of people who are choosing to move to British Columbia. Over the last 2 years, 250,000 people came to call our province home. And to better support newcomers from outside Canada, my ministry is working to accelerate foreign credential recognition because highly skilled, internationally trained professionals can't be left to sit on the sidelines and denied opportunities to apply their expertise. So this budget is built on investments to meet the needs of our society and our economy. For BC's post-secondary education and skills training sector, meeting these needs requires thoughtful collaboration among partners, and the need for collaboration is consistent with what we've been hearing from employers, from Indigenous partners, from communities, unions, post-secondary institutions, and tradespeople from right across the province. And collaboration is vital to achieving our collective goal of making post-secondary education and skills training more affordable, more accessible, and more relevant for all British Columbians. So altogether, I think it's important to acknowledge that no matter what our personal viewpoint might be, there's something we can all agree on, and that's that the economy here in British Columbia is changing and that we need to be ready for it. And that's why we're building a British Columbia and an economy where no one is left behind. And with that, before I turn it over to the chair, I do want to recognize my colleague across the way, who has been a dedicated critic, shadow minister, I think is how they're described. And I know that she has been diligently paying attention to what we've been doing in my ministry, and I know that she will ask thoughtful questions, and I know that in her heart she's very focused on the students and the people who want to be students in this province, and I'm excited to hear what she has to ask, and I look forward to providing her with answers. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Recognizing the member for Caribou North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for her opening comments and to the staff. Out of respect for students, I wanted to make sure that we expedited as many questions as possible. The students had worked extraordinarily hard across this province as well as stakeholders. So I provided a list of the questions to the ministry to hopefully speed things up through this process because it's critically important on that. So with that, I do want to start by opening and saying thank you very much to all of the student associations across British Columbia that have worked diligently to make sure that we have the best public post-secondary system skills trades training possible. The minister started with talking about the money that has been invested in post-secondary, the sector, and I think that's critically important. I'm going to focus on outcomes. I'm going to start with the outcomes and how students are feeling across British Columbia. Obviously, we've heard 80% of jobs will require some form of post-secondary education or skills training. And the report that the ministry put forward has forecast job openings across 61 industries, 500 occupations, and 7 regions. Obviously, I will not be able to cover all of those. And so I did have a commitment from the ministry items that we do not get through today that we'll have the opportunity to sit down and follow up and to get those answers for the students and the stakeholders. So I'm going to start with, according to the Student Transitions Project, prepared by Joanne Heslop, Transitions of BC High School Graduates into BC Public Post-Secondary Education, that the immediate entry transition rates of grade 12 graduates has been declining and is currently at 50.8%. In 2015-2016, the transition rate from K to 12 into post-secondary was 52.7%. 16-17 was 52.5%, 2017-2018, 52.2 or 52%. So you can tell it's slowly declining to where we are right now. 2021 is 50.8. The report also went on to review the declining transition rates over the last decade and looked at whether the trend was widespread or concentrated within selected student populations. And here's what it reveals. Amongst the most sizable student groups, the rates that declined the most in transition from K to 12 into post-secondary at minus 3.8 was Indigenous students, minus 4.6% students with special needs, and minus 4% for non-resident students. Does the Ministry of Post-Secondary work with the Ministry of Education to ensure that there is successive students from K to 12 to post-secondary? How does the government account for the decline that we are currently experiencing? And is there money in this budget to address the decline in K to 12 immediate transition?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate the member's question. Before we get into it, I just want to confirm when she said that she provided staff with questions, were those the verbal questions that, okay, I just wanted to make sure that we were talking about the same thing, so I understood. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The member nodded that that was accurate. The member listing the declining transition rates, we have been tracking them as well. And I have a couple of things that we are doing and a couple of explanations. So one of the things that we have found longer term trends is that when the economy is robust, you actually see fewer people going to post-secondary. When there's more jobs, then there are people to fill them, then young people will go into the workforce and perhaps delay their post-secondary training. When the economy isn't as robust, when there are fewer jobs, then school or post-secondary is more attractive during that time. So we know that that's part of what we're seeing as our economy continues to be quite strong. Having said that, the Indigenous student rate that the member mentioned, we noticed that too, that decline, and we recognize that COVID had a much stronger impact on Indigenous students than on other students. And it is for that reason, Madam Chair, we have a number of items in Future Ready that works directly with Indigenous institutions and to make sure that we are focusing very much on Indigenous populations and making sure that particularly young people can access post-secondary education more readily. The other thing I want to mention, a couple of other things. We have a dual credit program that we are strengthening. So nearly all of our public post-secondary institutions have partnerships with school districts to deliver dual credit programs. Now this, and I know that the member opposite knows what this is, but anyone listening or anyone in the chamber who is interested, it's where high school students can complete college and university courses that count both towards their graduation from the high school, as well as give them credit for college, for post-secondary credit. And so the Ministry of Education and Childcare funds school districts for these courses, and we work very closely with that ministry so that the school districts can use this funding for tuition and student supports. We have more than 3,000 students, or about 3% of grade 11 and 12 student population, that take about 11,000 dual credit courses per year. Most of the dual credits I will share with the House is in the trades, and we do have $6.2 million as part of Future Ready to support K-12 in that, so that we can encourage people while they're still in high school to take programs like that. In addition, we are offering through the Ministry of Education and Childcare, they've got targeted funding to introduce new dual credit programs focused on careers in early childhood education, and that's at 30 school districts to date. And the initiative will benefit about 800 grade 11 and 12 students through to the end of 2025. And then finally, there was, we've really been focusing, and you'll see in Future Ready, some significant resources for those where post-secondary education may not be a natural inclination for them. So making sure that any former youth in care, for example, we are dedicating resources so that former youth in care can access post-secondary education for free. And that comes with additional $3,500. I think it's $3,500. So I'm just getting here. Why don't I just read it off the sheet into the record? We have this one. We're expanding programming to support people facing barriers to develop the basic skills needed to become workforce ready. That's about 5,200 people. And we expect 5,000 additional people to join BC's workforce over the next 5 years. But I was looking for, if I can read into that, $45 million for multi-barrier, people with multi-barriers. But I was actually talking, I'll take my seat, let her ask another question, and then I'll get the information I was looking for. No, I was thinking.
Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through to the Minister, a strong supporter of the dual credit program. I do want to comment, we meet, all the Northern MLAs of all parties meet every year with our school board trustees, and one of the things that they did here is that it would be helpful if there was a policy put forward by government around the dual credit process. It would help address some of the silos between the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Post-Secondary. So that was something that they asked me to bring forward. Furthering on the report around the student transition rates, it talks about the measures of academic GPA, a measure that is typically used as an indicator of university eligibility. The AGPA is the average of 4 courses, English 12, and the student's best 3 or other academic grade 12 subjects. More than half the students who complete grade 12 do not complete the necessary set of courses or achieve insufficient grades in order to calculate an AGPA. If nearly 80% of job openings are going to require some form of advanced education and/or skills training, and more than half the students who complete grade 12 do not complete the necessary set of courses to achieve insufficient grades in order to calculate an AGPA, what is the plan of government to address this?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate the member's question around, what does it mean for those folks who perhaps going to high school, doing their secondary, and thinking about post-secondary wasn't either on their mind or it wasn't where they performed to their best, and how do we make sure that those folks have access to post-secondary education? And so there's a myriad of opportunities for those folks, whether it's free adult basic education that we made free back in 2018, that is available to anyone who wants to upgrade or take a course over so that they can strengthen their skill set. Colleges are open access. There's open access to trades. For former youth in care, Madam Chair, again, we have additional resources to help them. And there's also micro-credentials. And so really working at helping people identify opportunities where they could strengthen their knowledge, provide, get exposure to a different skill set. And it might be, Madam Chair, somebody, for example, who perhaps is already in the workplace. They didn't perhaps thrive in the public system when they were going to school. Perhaps they didn't even have a good experience at school. And that affected their performance. And I think all of us know some of those people. And creating opportunities for them to try, like in a micro-credential where they're just going for 12 weeks to get an exposure, to find out if they have what it takes to do a mini course that will give them some skills is certainly available to them so that they can, and we're supporting people to do that so that they could extra skill so they can continue to contribute to the economy, have a good job, and be part of the workforce.
Member.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Through you to the Minister. The Minister mentioned another element that was identified in the report that often we don't necessarily see those transitions because of transition into the workforce, immediate transition in the workforce. But the report also discussed specifically a significant decline that we're seeing in the north. And of course, that's obviously an area that I'm very passionate about as having lived, grown up in the area. And I bring that up because I am concerned for what I see. Because what we've also seen in the north is a decline in the natural resource sector, the forest sector. A lot of, I come from a forest-dependent community that has absolutely been significantly impacted, like so many of my colleagues. And so I know that a lot of the students who may have transitioned into, say, working in a mill or into those positions, we need to be thinking about ways to ensure that we're supporting them. And so I raised these first introductory comments because what I'm hoping is that the Minister is willing to recognize that we do need to break down silos. We need to look at education in general, right through the spectrum, whether it's from early childhood, K-12 to post-secondary, and understand what that means. And so a critical part of how we do things differently in moving forward is the funding review. And the funding model review is critically important. As the Minister made opening comments about how we've seen a changing economy, and I've identified the trends that we're seeing with students and specifically declining, participation sometimes that we need to address. The government embarked on a funding review of the post-secondary institutions several years ago and consulted with organizations, post-secondary institutions, student organizations. I can share, for example, that the BC Student Federation right across the province participated. But in one of the stakeholder meetings I met with, TRU, the BC Student Federation, talked about how they have spent considerable amount of time going out to communities, meetings with elected officials, and really looked at how do we make the post-secondary sector better? How do we make sure that we are looking at how we are achieving student success? And they were so passionate about the work that they had completed. And what they asked me to bring forward in this set of estimates is they want to know, after all of the work that so many people have done, that the report of what we were heard was supposed to be out last fall. And so through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, why the delay in the What We Have Heard report around the consultation around the funding model review? So why the delay? When is the government releasing what we heard in the report? And perhaps even at a high level, what were some of the general themes and how is government going to take action on those items?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. There were a couple of different things that the member talked about, so I'd like to address them, and I also am aware of the time, so I'll try to be quick. And I too, I just want to say that in terms of the folks in the north that the member started with, there's a number of areas which Future Ready really focuses on, and that's new skills for new building products like mass timber, that we have $3.3 million allocated over the next 3 years as part of Future Ready, as well as transition training for forest sector workers. That's $30.3 million, recognizing the impacts of a changing industry, and that helping people reskill extra skills so that they can participate in the economy, take care of their families, do all the things that I know the member is concerned about, and I'm concerned as well about helping people transition so that they can continue to take care of their families. It's very important to us. So helping people to train up is part of what is in this Future Ready. In terms of the funding review formula, I too have been meeting with student groups who have shared with me that they have participated, and I'm really grateful. And I just, to read into the record, that it was in March of last year that we announced a sector-wide review about how do we fund operations of public post-secondary institutions, and Don Wright was hired to do that engagement. And the focus was really on the operational block funding model for public institutions. Capital funding, trades funding, targeted funding, and collective bargaining were out of scope. I think it's important to recognize it was really about the block funding. There were a number of, the first phase was to engage with stakeholders. That was done last summer. Over 40 targeted engagement sessions, I understand, occurred. Each of the 25 post-secondary institutions were engaged as well. And there were about 50 written submissions from institutions and other stakeholders, including student bodies, as well as labor and sector associations. And the process with Indigenous partners is in progress, so that work continues. So I think it's really important to meet with those folks, and that part of that process in terms of working together with Indigenous partners to understand their funding as well. And so that report should be available within the next number of weeks as it's coming through and working its way through our system, and will be shared when that process is done. So it's coming, is I guess the short answer. And with that, Madam Chair, I ask that we rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again.
Members, you've heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion is carried. This committee is adjourned.
Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply, Section B, reports progress on the estimates of the Ministry of Post-Secondary Education and Future Skills, and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting, Mr. Speaker.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
I move this House to now adjourn.
Member, you heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 1:30 p.m. tomorrow.